second. Some technical difficulties with YouTube. Oh, there it goes. Alrighty. So, the goal for today is to continue work on Foon-o, which is this HTML5 rewrite. So basically we're taking all the stuff that was done inside of a canvas and we're rewriting it so that it can be done in just HTML and CSS. The reason we're doing this is because it's going to improve performance for people who don't have hardware acceleration enabled, and it should also reduce battery power. So it should be easier on like phones and stuff. Alrighty. So here, for example, you can see where we're currently at. We've got the little spinning circle in the center, the card, and the turn arrow. Most of that was done yesterday. The next goal is to get everything else done, right? Why is my music so quiet? Is it just like volume? No, it's pretty up there. Maybe I'll turn it up just a little bit. There we go. Alrighty. I should probably also mention that I'm live, because not everybody knows that I'm going to be on Kick. Also, let me just double check it. Oh yeah, it has to work. Tella, howdy. How's it going? Oh, I need to change my thing a tiny little bit. Hide messages is false. I'll move this over here. I'm surprised the first comment came from YouTube and not from Kick. Alrighty. Well, this does work, right? Oh yeah, totally. Okay. What I'm going to do first is I'm going to grab kind of like what it looks like in game currently and just get like a picture of that so that I can kind of base it off of this. Bamband, howdy. How's it going? Alright. So here's kind of where we're heading with this. And I can also open this from computer. So let's see here. I've got to remember where the heck I stuck my backups for this. Found it. So just go to games, go to Foon-o, and one of these. It should be perfect. So I think now we can either start with the cards in my hands or like the little player icon down here. What's gonna be easier? Doing the cards like this is a little tricky because essentially what you do is you have a giant circle. Let me just show this. So you have a big O circle. This is set to white. Alright, that's a terrible circle. Try it again. Alright, that's a better circle. And then you have the cards kind of on this edge here, and they kind of follow whatever the point here is, right? Like if you were to take a 90-degree angle at any of these parts, so something that's perpendicular to whatever the curve of the circle is, that's kind of how the hand works. So it's just a giant circle that everything is kind of going around, and it ends up working really well. The tricky part is going to be figuring out how to calculate like how much of a transform that's going to be, because it depends on the size of the card. So it's a little hard, but it should be doable. Just have to figure out what percent it needs to be and figure out like what all has to change for that. That's going to be one of the hardest parts for today, especially given that they rise up. I wonder if that will be... The rotation is still the same, so it probably won't be that hard. It's probably just change the... That should be relatively simple, I think. Okay. I feel like the avatar thing is probably going to be the easiest, followed by this little player card thing. So I'm going to do all that. Let's get other players' cards in. Should be relatively simple. And then once we finish this, we can start working on maybe getting Dynamite up and running to the point where you can change your character. We've got a couple different characters for that. Though that'll also be a little tricky because I don't want to rewrite Dynamite in HTML5 just because it might be a little hard. I'd probably have to use React 3 Fiber for that one, given that there's like a camera that follows the players. Oh, Zordy, howdy. How's it going? Alright, so Dynamite. No, I don't want Dynamite. I want Foony Flippers. One thing that would be nice is if I could change a storybook so that it was kind of like a dark mode by default. So whenever it's loading, it's like actually dark. Which we can totally do, actually. We can always do it with stylus. Kind of. If I say the URL prefix is this, maybe I can set the background color of this thing. Preparing story, background color. Okay, come on. So let's just modify this real fast. Let's see if it worked. Actually, it did. It works. Nice. So storybook is now dark. Could be a little bit better because it went bright for a split second. But I feel like I probably can't do much outside of that. Well, maybe we can. Let's try playing with this. There we go. Howdy, Isaac. How's it going? So now it's dark when I refresh. It doesn't like blind people every time I refresh Storybook. A very small, simple change. I love it. Stylus is one of my favorite plugins for Firefox. It's just so great, right? Like you can see all the different ones that I have. Yeah, it's very useful. Alrighty, so let's get the other players on here so that it actually works. It looks neat. I mean, Foon-o. It'll be great when it's done, especially because I can take the lessons I learned from here and apply it to some of our other games. Let's see. Jesus, this is insane. This means that the like Doku played 468 games of presumably chess. What am I testing? I'm not testing much at the moment, so we're adding a new feature. Also, howdy, Fist. Oh, does that mean Fist is level 50? Oh, not yet. Or Doku's level 50? Not yet. And Kick shows chat history. Oh, cool. I'm just working on Foon-o, you know? We're adding other players right now. Have you heard of WebXR? Yeah, I have. WebXR, if you're not familiar, is like VR basically, but for the web. I haven't touched it yet, but it would be really cool to get into making like a Beat Saber clone with WebXR or something. Alrighty. Yeah, I've never actually tried this stuff. I mean, I've tried virtual reality, just never like coding for it. What happened, Fist? Howdy, media. You weren't able to log in? Oof. Yeah, I'm trying to stay away from WebGL because all of the games on Funi used to use WebGL and I had like shaders and other fancy stuff and I was like, this is great, this is super cool. But it turns out a lot of people don't have hardware acceleration on. And yeah, even in this day and age, they just don't have hardware acceleration. I got default game overlay and Funi Flip game. Okay, this is the one I want. So I guess I just need other players now. This part is tricky because I have this center section. Oh, right. I remember. Last time I just decided I wanted it to look like this. So that's actually very helpful. Because it means I can kind of think of the way I want this intersection to be. I want it to be, let's use the orange color here. One whole div around all of it, right? And then it goes vertically this way. So then inside of here, there is another div around all of this. I know that looks kind of terrible, but you can kind of get the idea of what we're going for. And what category do I stream on YouTube? I don't think I stream on a category on YouTube. Best. I didn't. Oh my god. This whole time, I've been like undiscoverable on YouTube because I just didn't know that I have to choose a category for my stream. Let's see. If I just click on go live, maybe I can edit this. Stream settings. I don't see a category. Oh, I see edit now. Customization. Broadcast type. Streaming software. Customization. There's no category on YouTube that I can tell. Oh, wait. Google and Apple are teaming up to deprecate WebGL across... What, seriously? There's no way. A web GPU? The success... Oh my god, you're right. Web GPU is the successor to WebGL. Better compatibility. Faster operations. Access to more advanced features. Oh my god, this would be amazing. This is one thing, like, people will disable their hardware acceleration because it just, like, messes up their browser. It just doesn't have super strong compatibility sometimes. No, I'm not sure how to choose it, Fist. If you figure out how to, like, select it, let me know. Let's see, so we've got pipelines, shaders, simple stuff. Like shaders, basically like an entirely other programming language. It's similar to C, but it's a little different. GPU canvas. Oh, that's just 90. Okay, so it's just a different context. Whole bunch of fancy schmancy stuff. No Safari support. But it looks like it's almost in Firefox. So it'll take a few years. Maybe in 3 years or so. But this is exciting. Who even uses Safari? A lot of people actually use Safari. You know what? We can take a look. This varies on every website. I would suspect that Foon-o in particular is going to be less Safari and more the others. But we can take a look. If we go to web analytics, we can go to where is it? Maybe it's under pages or something. Web analytics for this one. Here we go. Oh, that's OS. Browsers. And not that much. Most people are Chrome, Edge, Chrome. But more people use Safari than Firefox, even on Foon-o. Running AI models locally on the web would be pretty cool. That would be pretty cool. Alrighty. Firefox is underrated. I love Firefox. I just like the UI for it. So let's call this, I guess this will be the div, right? Because this is the game area. Enter. So flex call. So instead of here, we got the player hands, and then we've got all of the other players with the center section instead of here. Let's see, the center section needs an opponent hand above it. Let me make sure that the design here is the same. Yeah, everyone looks the same. Cool. Edge also, by the way, I don't like Edge. It's better. It's a lot better than what it used to be, but I don't like the UI. Because when I look at Edge, it has so much that's like kind of getting in the way. Or at least it used to. Wait, did they... Maybe it was just the nightly version. No, this is fine. This doesn't look so bad. Yeah, Edge is fine now. I had a problem with it because they took up so much vertical space here, and then they had like the page inside of like this weird border thing. But that doesn't seem to be the case anymore. Because now if you compare it to Firefox, it's actually better. See that? There's like a few less pixels being used. It's decent. I still don't believe... I believe that these still don't support everything. Oh, what is this? Additional dev tools. Oh my god, this was the cool thing. So, I forgot where I saw this. I thought it was on Chrome. But it's this 3D view where you can view a website and you can like bust it out like this thing. Or you can see like the text and everything else based on like its z-index. And you can kind of see the website in 3D. It's kind of neat. And I forgot where it was. I thought this was like in Firefox or Chrome, but no, this was an Edge thing. So you can kind of see like how it all works, and that's pretty cool. What is this magic? This is a 3D view. It's neat. Oh, that's a bit weird. See that? Like I've got different Z indices for all the buttons. That's a bit odd. Not sure how that happens. But if you're ever trying to debug Z index issues, that can be useful. So if I go to like a news website, I'm just going to enter some random one. And I click on maybe something that's happy, like this one. That's not quite what I want. I want like the annoying pop-up that's like, you can't view this story. Maybe Medium. Medium has a lot of those. Do we have anything that's interesting on Medium. Medium is software. What about programming? That's not very helpful. Whatever. Emojis? We'll get better ones, Wise. What's the purpose of the 3D view? To look cool, I guess, and fix z-index stuff. I don't know. What else can you possibly do with that? Like, let's say you're trying to select something and you can't figure out how to select it, or you can't figure out where in the DOM it is because the DOM is just massive or something for some reason on the site. Then maybe you open it up in 3D view and you can click on the element that you want. All right, so that's basically the opponent hands, and then we have to pass in like index to these opponent hands so that they understand where they need to be. All right. So we've got justify and we've got it almost looked like we need item center as well. Because if I look at this, I see that the content of this is centered. Well, actually, whoops. This one is not centered. Because this is less than the width of this. Because that's like 92, and then this is like 62. But I feel like it should be centered. I think it makes more sense to center it. All right, so now we need index. I don't remember which index is which on this. So right bottom is index 0. Oh yeah. How important is it to y'all to have more than 8 players visible? Like, do you want to see everybody's hands? Or is 8 okay? Because showing more than 8 becomes difficult. More than 8 is messy? That's what I'm thinking. It becomes super messy. And it becomes very, very challenging to make it look good. It starts getting into really fancy, like, scaling with the transforms. it causes performance issues, and it involves a lot of JavaScript to figure out how to position everyone. So I'd prefer not doing more than 8 personally. Leave it for now. Agree. Alright, so we've got component hands. Alright, so now I just need this to be of the opponent hands. For now, let's just make it a single card. That's really neat. And we'll do the same for the player hand, except we'll make it a different card, just to differentiate. Let's see what we got. Almost. I mean, it might help if I make the width of this, like, smaller. And now I need this one to grow or something. So I need H full on the most outer. You understand math a lot better now than in college? That's awesome, Fist. I still need to go through and refresh my understanding of linear algebra and probabilities. Because my math is rusty. I think those are probably the 2 most important things to study. I mean, you should also know algebra, but I feel like that's kind of expected that you already know algebra. Flex row gap 2. This one needs H full. Let's see what we got so far. That's getting there. The one issue I have is that the width on the left and the right columns is not equal. And because of that, the center player is ginormous. But if you look at the width here, they are separate. You need that for machine learning a lot? Yeah, I can imagine. Shannon's entropy? I don't even know what the heck that is. What is Shannon's entropy? Oh yeah, I should also mention that I'm live on WatchDev. that contains the expected value of the information contained in a message. Oh, this is interesting. Yeah, because like a short message, like a single word, it can't contain that much information. But like a paragraph can contain a lot more information. This could be very interesting because maybe I could use Shannon's entropy to help me with alignment, the bilingual alignment. This is something that I don't fully understand. Yeah, that's something that I don't understand Shannon's entropy right now. Man, these cards get weird looking. I think that's because there's not enough space for it to render properly or something. All right, so I gotta figure out what the dimensions of this grid are supposed to be. And I think I need to go through and replace the flexes with a display grid. Because the width of all of these depends on the width of all of the others, so I think a grid is going to be better here. Which is unfortunate, you know, I really do like the flexes. Well, or actually, let's just do it this way. We'll specify the width of each of these. So for example, I could say that this is 1/6. This is 1/6, and then this is 4/6. Elbane, howdy. Am I changing to YouTube for streaming? So I'm on Kick and YouTube right now, Elbane. Kick it might be the better experience. It depends. If you want to listen to music, then watch me on Kick. If you don't want to listen to music, watch me on YouTube. So you can do whichever you prefer. Would be cool if you implement trained bots on Foon-o. You mean for Foon-o? Or something else? I think the bots on Foon-o are pretty decent, but we can add different difficulty. Oh, for Dynamite? That would be cool. Right now the bots are just using an algorithm. But the thing is, Dynamite is up to like 100 players real time. So in order to train 100 bots and have them do like a bunch of instructions every like 100 milliseconds is very tough, right? Like that's Can it be done? Sure. Would it take me a few months? Probably. Because it's a bit out of my league. I don't really do machine learning a whole lot. Let's see. You found a bug in Foon-o. I'm not sure what you mean, Dokyo, exactly. Feel free to make a bug report and I'll take a look. Let's see what happens if I specify the width. So width of 156, that is not right at all. Oh wait, yeah it is, because that's 4/6. Okay, so maybe that's not what I want. Maybe I want like 312. And then that's 1/2. Because then I can just split this one in two. There's no way. 234.8. Okay, so it's actually half. So then why does this card fill up the entire width, but these are constrained by the height? Weird. You can see now the card here in the top left and the center, they're the same. Except this one on the top is getting clipped on the height or something for some reason. Howdy, Zero. How's it going? So what is going on with this that's causing it to be a nice size that fits really well? You played my chess game before? I'm glad you liked it, Zero. Well, this is a start at least. Is chess the most played game on Foon-o? It's the most played. Oh, there we go. Hey, that's better. Kind of. But will it work on any scale? That's where things get a little messy. I mean, when you get to this size, I think all bets are off. I'm actually shocked it still works on this. This is like almost like a mobile watch size. So that's pretty cool. I think the game, this little nav bar needs to go away and we need to like change it so that it's just little hovery buttons instead. Way before this point. And when it gets really large, that's pretty decent. The only problem right now is that this little center thing, it's so tiny. So let's make that not so tiny. It's better. It's a little bit large. Needs to have some gap there. But it's working a little bit better. yeah, if I go here, for example, you can kind of see. You can get an idea for how much it's played. So yesterday you can see that of the games on Foon-o, 4 in a row is played a lot, but chess is played way more. And if you zoom farther out, chess is played about 50% more than 4 in a row. Papa Word is basically not played at all. Bit sad. And then the other games are not on Crazy Games right now. I suspect Battle Blobs is not going to be played like at all. And I suspect Type Rail is actually going to get played quite a bit. Checkers, I expect to be played a lot. Foon-o, I expect to be played a lot too. Jesus. And Dynamite, I expect to be played the most. Is the revenue from donations? No. It's from ads. If you're playing Foon-o games on Crazy Games, you'll actually see ads. Alright, let me take a look at these bugs real fast. Wait, so where are these bugs at, Doku? Alrighty. Need to choose which games to develop more wisely? Yeah. We need to focus on games that have lots of search volume. And 4 in a row when you scroll down. There's no scrolling in 4 in a row. Oh, on this page? Well, what's the bug? What about it? What's wrong with this page? It looks fine. You mean like this one here where it flashes? That's weird, but I think it's probably the video that's weird. And so this video kind of sucks. Yeah, so okay, you're talking about this one. I'll let the co-founder know. This is not an issue for me. This is a non-technical issue. They're at the wrong spots. Oh yeah, it is. Oh, ending in a draw and the other one. Okay, I see. That should fix it. There we go. Alright, I'll push that as soon as I'm back on the main branch. You know what I need to set up? I need to set up like a little chat widget thing where I can view all of the chat like this. So you see I can view it from like YouTube and Kick and everything else. But then I can still reply and have it go to all of the different places that I'm streaming. That would be so useful. Well, we might have to set that up sometime. All right. So the center section, I need the full width on this center section. I see, it needs dub full on it. Okay, so now I need a gap because there's no gap there. Howdy, Regalia. How's it going? I think that's probably enough of a gap, right? Part of the issue here, though, also is that it's probably not going to line up perfectly with 45 degrees. It doesn't matter. We can always adjust it. Okay. Does points work? I can't actually see. Hide commands equals false hide messages. Let's see. You had to type it twice? I've got to change my thingy here so that I can actually see the thingy. Oh, whatever. I'll just pop out the Kick chat and have that open as well. Let's see. Pop this out here. There we go. Alrighty. So now I need more of these cards, right? And they need to be the real cards. So here's how we do that. You watched George Haas's interview? I was surprised. I was like, whoa, I know that person a little bit. They're a streamer. They're the yeah, they're pretty cool. Okay. Const equals 4 dots reuse. Let's see. Player positions. What is this? I believe this is a mapping from index to the user ID at that position. So we just grab it and then we can get some user ID based off of whatever the heck the index is. He loves your comments on YouTube. That's awesome, Fist. I need to get better at that. I don't respond to my YouTube comments enough. I've also got to start making like actual YouTube videos. I'm not sure what I want to do for YouTube videos first. Maybe what I'll do is I'll focus on just commonly asked questions in chat, and we'll just make videos about those so that we can start pointing people towards those. Oh, yeah, that's what we need to do. Definitely. It's like free views. Every time somebody asks me a question that I've answered like 1,000 times, just point them to the video. Of course. All right, so I need like a hand outline with a lot of cards inside of it. Now this will be a little interesting because I need the cards to be a certain width based on the parent size, but then I need them to be like overlapping. Ends up with nothing. I know, Fist. Well, I know I think it's because people know that it's something they should do, and then they just run out of time or, you know, or whatever. We'll see. It's not a promise, but I'll try. All right, let's see. So I need this like shadowy thing that goes around the players. Okay, avatars. Oh yeah, I need to add avatars as well. Avatar might be easier to do. Do I have any avatars that would fit? This over here would probably work. But then we have to change like the background and like the border. Are there any other games? Only one I can think of is Paint Job. Because there's this really neat Paint Job thing whenever you're like choosing a card or something. The problem is that it has a different style than everything else. It's like this thing, right? So probably can't use that. Is this a good idea? When you reach level 50, play around against me? Yeah, sure, Doku. We can do that. Just for hitting level 50. I think that's totally reasonable. And it won't count towards your points or whatever, so you can still redeem for points. Maybe this is what I want, and then I just want it to be like a different size. Avatar with backdrop. I don't want one with backdrop. I guess I'll try this. Avatar with frame. Let's see what this looks like. GLHF? Well, yeah, if he redeems it, sure. Like, I don't know how else to do it other than, like, if GLHF comes into chat and it's like, hey, I'm, level 57 on Connect 4, let's play a game. Give me a break. Oh, come on, Regalia, I'm not that big. I'm still small potatoes. Alrighty. Hey, that's almost what I want, it's just I don't want it to have the backdrop. Maybe I need to have, like, a way to disable backdrop. I need a way to disable backdrop and also make it so I can't choose their image. What the heck? That's silly. I want the frame, though. I need to do what I do in the lobby. Maybe that's what I want. The milk question? Oh yeah, so basically everyone is obsessing over milk, specifically drinking it from a jug, not using a cup. Just straight from the jug. That's how you know you're a real programmer these days, I guess. It's weird. Is there any other way to drink milk? No, there's no other way to possibly drink milk. The only way to drink milk is from the jug straight. Alrighty. How did that come about? Like, who knows? Maybe it started with Milky, maybe it started with that other guy. I'm not sure exactly. You can drink it from where the animal releases it. I think the only person who's gonna actually do that, who has a farm, or a ranch or whatever, who can actually do that, is probably gonna be like the Primogen. He was out there with like his cows or something, drinking a jug of milk. I half expected him to just like drink it straight from the udder or something. It wouldn't surprise me. So I need this room member card thing. It's gonna have some kind of account frame. I see how this works. So it's just separate. This account frame is separate from the avatar. So it's just an image, it's not even... Where's the user image come from? Oh, there it is, avatar. So in that case, we can go back over Funny Flippers and let's just... avatar... What co-founder am I of? Funny. I'm just just gonna call it avatar with frame because that's kind of what it is. It's just avatar with frame is not quite what I want. So we have the account frame there, and then we also need the avatar. I have no idea what this is gonna end up looking like, but it is what it is. Problem though is I need to figure out what the card size is. Since the width of this probably changes constantly, right? I mean, I guess it doesn't have to, but then it would be the only piece that's not adjusting constantly based on the width of the whole game. And that's a little weird. Let's see. It's either this or change avatar with frame to be different. Let's see, so this is avatar with backdrop. Let's just use this maybe avatar thing. A good name for the platform. Thanks, Turtle. Yeah, Foon-o has been like a big work in progress for like 3 years now. And I've made the vast majority of it. So all the games you see, all the... There's so much. There's so much. It's not even just the games and the fact that they're all multiplayer and on like this Kubernetes cluster. You've also got like a shop, you've got like a bank system. I did not make the bank system. I cleaned it up a little bit, but this was actually made by Ching. There's a gallery. I did not make this. Changelog. I also didn't really make this one. All these other pages, I made all that, right? I mean, I didn't write the policies or anything. That was a lawyer. But as far as like the styling of this part, I did. I didn't do the styling of the rest of the site. This is done by like a designer, but I'm the one who implements all the functionality. And all the achievement system, you know, friend system. I think I might have done that. There's a lot. You think Snake would be one of the most played? I think you're right. I think Snake would be pretty popular. I think that we need to just focus on popular games and just make all of the popular games. Tic-tac-toe, Snake, the billiards game. Why did I choose kicking YouTube over Twitch? Well, the number of viewers actually is not that much worse. I mean, it's not as good, but it's not that much worse. And by being on Kick, I can also stream on YouTube, right? So that's big for me because it means that I can start building an audience on multiple platforms. And then I can also stream on Facebook, which I'll set up soon. So I want to stream on as many platforms as I can, and Twitch does not let me do that. Twitch limits me to just Twitch, though I can also stream to like TikTok and Instagram, which I want to do as well, but I need to be able to stream to more platforms. And Gig also gives me better money, so that's where the money is. 95/5 split for subs, pretty awesome. No ads right now for viewers, also very awesome because it means you don't have pre-rolls. It means that you don't get a bunch of ads while I'm explaining something, which is huge. Thought I could with a new update on Twitch. Yeah, you can't. Unless there's something that's brand new within the last 24 hours that I haven't heard of, you're not allowed to multi-stream. Not to those platforms. You can only do it to TikTok and Instagram. So that's why I'm not on Twitch until they allow me to multi-stream. Or I'm there every other day, I guess, but I'll be back fully if they let me multi-stream. It's my small act of rebellion, I guess. Do I need to specify the width and the height here? It's really just an image. That's all this is. You hope Twitch gets sued soon. Like, what are they gonna get sued for? You know? Okay, now I need their equipment, so I guess we can just grab the equipment from the user. And then it's just count frame. Easy enough. For the above, but it's in their contract. I mean, I don't know. Let's see. I mean, I feel like it's probably fine. It's probably legal. You see me on Twitch? Yeah, you have seen me on Twitch. Did I get a Kick contract? No, I don't have a Kick contract. I'm on Kick prematurely because I'm trying to help build up an audience a bit to where, like, whenever they include the creator program, I'll be like, you know, I'll just jump right on that and hopefully be able to get some amount of money from it. So I guess I'm a bit early. Trying out the waters, seeing how it goes. Take care, Dokyo. I was a bit late today. My apologies. Yeah, see, not inherently illegal. How much control the company has over the streamer's work? Yeah, see, like, Twitch has no control over my work or what I do. I mean, they could ban me, but not much. How integral the streamer's work is to the company's business? I would say it's mandatory. Like, Twitch would not exist without streamers. Let's see. You know what? Very interesting. Not letting you work for it. Yeah, you know, it is, Redder. Well, maybe I'll look into this a bit more, and I'll see if I have a strong case, because then, if I do have a strong case, I'll just start streaming back on Twitch, and if they ban me or something, we'll see what happens. But, we'll see. I do have an affinity for getting banned from platforms. It happens. Like, if it's gonna happen to anyone, it's gonna happen to me. I always get banned. And the thing is, like, I'll get banned and it won't even be my fault. Okay, so obviously this doesn't work. The positioning of this is all weird. There's like an avatar. Kind of. It sort of works. But it's like super tiny. What do I get banned for? All numbers of things, Chepulis. Sometimes it's entirely my fault. Other times, it's not really my fault. So, I got banned from Cloudflare, for example. This one's not my fault. Because I had crawled a bunch of API endpoints on Google. So if you go to Google Domains, for example, I'll just do this in incognito. Alrighty. So here we are. And I start typing in like the letter Apple. You're gonna see that we have all these search things, right? The search term, whatever. So this, you can actually hit this endpoint like a bunch of times, just spam the hell out of it, where you slowly build up this query and you will get all of the autocompletes on all of Google. So I did that. I had all of the autocompletes. And then I did a brute force of like a bunch of different domains where it matched the name of the autocompletes. And I also pulled in information from the number, like the amount of volume. So like, think like, you go to, whatever the heck it's called. It's the, what's it called? It's like the Google site where you can see the trends. This thing. Right? So you're able to figure out what the most popular keywords are. And I found a bunch of domain names that matched the popular keywords. Turns out, a lot of those times, it's like some sketchy like misspelling of a name, or it's some other thing that could be maybe used for phishing. I had no plans of that. I just wanted domains that people would click on because I was like, these are domains that might be valuable. I bought a bunch, stuck them on Cloudflare. Cloudflare didn't like it and thought I was phishing. I wasn't. I told them I wasn't. They didn't believe me, and they banned me from using Cloudflare. Okay, let's see. Falls under the freedom of contract principle, which allows the contracting parties to negotiate whatever. But it, like, that might be fine. I think the point where you might have a case, maybe, but I'm not a lawyer. I'd have to research this first. Maybe you have a case with the contractor versus employee status thing. All right. Anywho, we got to get back to work. Got code to build, code to make. So this avatar thing is tricky because it requires a specific width and height. I guess it's fine. We can just make a width and height here. Let's see. How big is it in the example? About 50 pixels. Now, is that going to be the same exact size as the outer thingy? 190 over card size times width. Why is it 190 if this is 160? How does that make sense? All right. Whatever. Let's just say that's 50-50. Almost. Except that the frame is not quite right. And there's no background. So we have to add that back. When did I start Foon-o? I started about 3 years ago. I had already quit Google at the time. So I had been working on some book stuff. And then I also worked on like this charcuterie board thing where you can, I was just like selling products on Amazon, trying that out. I didn't really like that as much. I much prefer coding. So I got back into coding super duper hard. I built out Foon-o. I worked on this other thing for a bit, this crypto thing, and made some money trading like a bit, not really algorithmically, but more like, looking at a game, reverse engineering that game, figuring out how to best maximize profit, and then doing that, which made some money and kind of makes me able to work on Foon-o. So I need this to be position relative. Kind of like that. And then just have to get the other stuff. Problem is the default avatar does not do what I want it to. And I think that's because this is the fallback. Do you have to work in a company before doing your project? No. I started actually making projects and things in college, and the only reason I joined like an actual company is because I got sued by a really big company and I needed to make money fast. And I also wanted to see what I was missing out on. I didn't know what it was like to work at a normal company. So I wanted to learn those skills and see if there was something that was super important that I was missing by working on my own. But I think I would have been just fine if I just stayed on my own as well. A bad girl during college. It was fun, Regalia, okay? But yeah, I don't recommend going my route. Don't do bad things. Be nice to companies, they can mess you over hard. Join an open source project? Yeah. Open source projects are actually pretty similar. You can learn a lot from there. So that should be fine. Get avatar fallback, Earl? Yeah, no, that should be fine. I don't know why that's not showing up. Okay, well, let's see what we got going. Must be scary getting sued. Oh my god, it's super scary getting sued. You feel like your life is over because you're like, this is more money than I'm ever going to make in my lifetime. Or at least that's what it feels like. So it's scary. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, it kind of works. It kind of points roughly where it needs to. It's a little bit off. The frame works. I need the border around it because it's a bit weird. But it mostly works. Oh, I lived in Texas, actually. Redder. Alright, so that seems like it's going pretty well. Except that, why does everybody have a frame? Let's see, that's avatar with frame. Which really is only there if user ID ends. Right, because if there's no user here, if there's nobody at this position, and this obviously doesn't exist. Where is Brazil? Do I remember where Brazil is? Yes, Fist, I know exactly where Brazil is. I am super duper confident, and I know exactly where Brazil is. Just don't ask me where Argentina is. Here. I will show you, I'll prove it. So if I look at this map, It says Brazil. So this one's Brazil right here because it says so. That's how you know. When you're looking at a map and you want to know what something is, you just read the name of where it's at. So this is Brazil, and Bolivia is to the left of Brazil. Peru is to the left of there. Equator, that's this little country here. Do I know where the Czech Republic is? It's probably going to be like, let's see, we've got Kazakhstan, more stands. That's got to be around there, right? Like Turkey. Where the heck is the Czech Republic? Maybe it's in Africa. Let's see. No, I don't think the Czech Republic is in Africa. Maybe it's north? Is the Czech Republic a real place? Look in Europe? Okay. You got Poland. No, the Czech Republic can't be real. It's not on here. Oh, wait. I think I found it. It's right there. The Czech rep. Sorry, Getsy. I tried my best. I didn't realize it was that far west. I thought it was going to be like closer to like Russia or something. Alrighty. Didn't find Argentina. Argentina. Let's see. I know that's not a state, but my guess is it's going to be around this spot. You got like... Oh, wait, no, maybe it's south. Oh. It's in South Africa. Yeah, well, okay, I was close. Okay. South America, same thing. Should try GeoGuessr? I should not try GeoGuessr. People are gonna be like... I mean, okay, so to be fair, you don't have to be good at geography to get a job as a software engineer. Okay. I can scrape the web. That's right. Some sites don't like it when you scrape them, so you have to go slow. Why is this well, it's just the filter. I can adjust it. I'll change it. Alrighty, so now I need the, wherever the heck I stuck this thing at. So how thick is this border? 3 pixels. What color is it? This one. So now I'll just adjust the thingy. Can you monetize something that's been scraped? Oh yeah, for sure. Take a look at ISBN-DB. I guarantee you, all they do is they just scrape Goodreads. The world's largest book database? I guarantee you that's all they're doing. But, you might get sued, I don't know. Do it, you know, and if you get sued or whatever, you just deal with the consequences whenever they come. Just trying to be respectful, you know? Alrighty, so I need some kind of border around this. So border, 3 pixels solid. Although they're using padding on the outer elements. Does it matter? I guess it does. I guess we can do that, and then we can have like, sure. Let's not do a border, we'll just do a padding. Yeah, like that. And now I have to do some kind of like little shadow thingy, whatever this is. How do I select that? Here we go, perfect. So this little thing here. Is whatever this color is, and then it's gonna have some opacity to it. I wonder, can you apply background color to just an image? You can. Nifty. And there we go. That basically does it. You just got a little bit of border radius, a bit less border radius than the outer border radius, and done. Yeah, it looks fine. All right, so now I need to copy that over. I think it's very impressive just how popular football is, like around the world. Like you got like Messi and like all these other players. I don't watch it, but I think it's amazing. Like it's so big. But like this kind of stuff, it just looks awesome. How am I keeping up with my fitness? There are rewards regalia. You can do like bang points, and you can do like bang push-ups or something, bang hydrate, a couple of others. I'll add more, and I'll make it easier to see like what you can do. So you do earn points for watching. How do you find out how many points you need? It's the same as on Twitch. Here. I'll show you in a sec. I go to loyalty and I go to store. So these are the ones I currently have. It's like bang posture, bang hydrate, bang push-ups, bang type royale. It's like bang hat or something, I think. On Twitch there's a GUI, I know. I know. We'll get there. It's very hacky right now. My apologies. So let's see, this is the relative pointer events none, so whatever's inside of here, this one. And then I think that's good. You're too poor. For now, Regalia. And I'll have to set something up where you can like switch your points over or something. If that's even a thing I can do. And the other thing is the count frame, so last name. And it's MD, that sounds about right. Take care, Elbane. Hope to see me more? Well, yeah, definitely. I'll take tomorrow off or stream on Kick, and then the day after that will be Twitch, and then Kick. Basically, it's Twitch, Kick, Kick. Twitch, Kick, Kick. And I'll usually take the second Kick day off, just because I have to rest my voice. And then it's gonna be a month off. No, it'll be like 3 weeks. But I will be back as soon as I possibly can. Then really it'll be more like 2 weeks off, because I can probably stream the first week of my vacation. Though it does depend. I'll have to make sure I set up my laptop. Take care, Regalia. Oh, I missed the background color. So let's see. Background color of this thing is fine, but then the image inside doesn't have... It's a gaming laptop? Hell yeah, it's a gaming laptop. Where am I going? I'm gonna be going to New York, Florida, also known as Florida, I guess, and Boston. Florida. Oh, I see now. Last name was on the frame instead of on this thing. Is there like an inner style? There's an inner ref. Okay, so if I go here... Oh, it doesn't really... Maybe this will work. Is it okay now? Who knows? I think that looks pretty decent. The border may not be pixel perfect at all resolutions, so it might be like 1 pixel off. It'll be more noticeable on small sizes. This is why you should typically use border instead of padding to make these borders. And actually, you know what? Maybe we can do the same. Since it's just a fixed color inside, I think we can correct this by just not doing it quite this way, and instead moving the class name out. Wearing a gas mask if it would be smoky. Okay, hold on. So, this is what I wore outside whenever I needed to like access something during COVID, it was great. I never caught COVID with it. Okay. And like you don't have to replace it. You just stick it on and you get to go. And some people look at you and you don't care. So, would I wear a gas mask if it was smoky? Very likely. No, I did not use it to cook meth. Oh my god. Come on now. This is not the things I do. Because that's illegal. Alright, so now I've got border width. Great. Background color. I need the border radius. Let's just do rounded LG. Dub 50, H50. Here, wow, that's a scary fist. Yeah, you know, I just wanted to stay inside and I was just fine. When all that stuff happens. It was just like an extended inside time for me. Alrighty, so we got border. I need a color for this. Border dash RGB. Should delete it, but I have it over here somewhere. And if I refresh this, hopefully it works. Why does it not work? Width of 40, height of 40. Wait, why did I say 40? Oh, no. Okay, so it's working fine there. Border, solid. But I don't think that's what I need. I need the background color, which I do have. I got the colors backwards. There we go. So the reason it's better to do this with a border, again, is because it'll be pixel perfect. So you can see, like, no matter how big or small I make this, it still works. Now, a bit of an issue is that, like, what's going on here, right? It just shoots way high. And that's a bit weird. Because there's a fixed width between them. And the other thing is I want items to be centered. Since there's it almost looks like the left is like pushed to the left. Not ideal. Okay, let's see. We can do better than this. So one thing I can do is I could push it down based on the center. Maybe I just have it all centered and then it's gonna be based on just like a gap or something. So basically, instead of space between, we'll just do justify center. Kind of like that. But now the question is, why doesn't it grow? It works really, really well though, until you get to just ridiculously large screen sizes and then it just falls flat and kind of shrinks down. It's also a bit odd because this isn't centered around this, like, it feels a bit high. Which might be okay. It's a bit high in the design as well. Or is it? Yeah, no, it's definitely a bit high. That's a tough one. I'll have to think about this. What if I do to the bottom, you know? That actually works better. That actually works a lot better. And then maybe just increase the gap or something. Oh, but see, then it goes... Actually, no, that doesn't work at all. Maybe instead I can set the margin top to like some percentage. It's a bit odd doing a margin top of 20%, but it does actually work shockingly well. Okay, so what all on earth did I just change? I changed these to justify center, which means I can now take all of this and massively simplify it. I love when I can do that. And now, MT. Does this work? No, it doesn't. Because it's weird. Nobody ever does this. And I wouldn't be doing this either, except that this is supposed to be a game. And it actually works pretty well for that. Let's see. That's a bit of an odd one. We have a flex center there, so why is it not flex centering? Oh, right, H-full. Now, does that work no matter what? That's a bit of a problem right there. There's not enough space, but for some reason it's like freaking out. What if I set the max H to it? Let's just do this. 48, 48. Something in here is larger. But how is it? That this one's larger? The max height doesn't help. The problem is that this isn't containing itself properly. What about min height 0? Normally that helps. I think it helped. Just a little bit. Yeah, it's a bit weird. So the problem is that we've got like an aspect ratio on one of these. And it's like we're specifying both the width and the height, and then that breaks it horribly. So it's almost like I need something to adjust the width on the outside. So that everything scales down. Kind of like this one here. See, kind of like that, you know? Which sort of works, except now the avatars probably need a change in size as well, given that like everything else is changing. And then we just have to center it. Which isn't quite center because my width is not. It's almost what I want. I have to account for the nav bar size at the top because I used VH, but that almost works where it limits the width. What if I do the other thing? Because you can also make it like a square using aspect ratio. Probably won't work because I'm guessing both are set. Yeah, it doesn't work. Closest I've got is this. With the width. Which is very, very strange. You can margin auto to center it. The other thing is this doesn't leave any room for the player's hand. So maybe we take it off of here. And we stick it on this outer one. Which actually works with aspect ratio. Okay. If it works, I guess. Kind of. It mostly works. It's a bit strange, but 347. It's pushed up for some reason, but it mostly works. So I'm okay with this. Kind of. Except what the hell is going on here? What? That's the problem with the aspect ratio, is it just doesn't always play nice, does it? I wonder if it works here on this one. Nope. There's something called container queries, which will solve this problem, but I don't think they're well supported yet. I think I need another year before I can use these. Yeah. Partial supports, no support in Safari. Oh, no, this is gonna be several years. Oh no, this is the one I want. A CSS container queries. Not supported in Opera. Or Baidu or KaiOS. I don't really care about those. Support added only a year ago. Yeah, I think I gotta wait another year. But this, I think, would mostly work. I wonder what would happen if I stick this instead of an aspect ratio container. Because I've got like something for this, right? And normally I stick like a canvas inside of there. But there's nothing that says I can't just reuse it. Yeah, I say we just do it. Aspect ratio container. Why not? There we go. And then I need the parent HUD, which is defined somewhere. We'll move some of these components out because it's going to get kind of big. Do I need to specify the aspect, the width and the height? I probably don't. They're optional. But everything I have is like 800 by 800. So wouldn't it make more sense to just say the default is 1, 1? Oh, it does default to 1. Okay, let's see what we have now. Well, it's something, I guess. What the heck happened here? The width and the height. It ended up looking like super crazy far down. Alright, let's figure out why. So let's see, it's a position updater, some inner game area thingy. So this needs to be W full, H full. Maybe that's all I need. Hey, there we go. Nice. It works. I just had to do the absolute position and then problem solved. It's a square. No matter what. It's always a square. For some reason, the player's hand is just slightly below. I don't know what's going on there. But the rest of it works. Now, I know a square is not super great because, like, I'm not constrained to the same kind of layout, right? Like, if I do this, for example, And maybe I could change it up and move players around a bit more instead of just always being this weird square. But this is fine. This margin is a bit odd though. If I remove the margin, literally the only thing changing. Okay, that's fine. Still a bit odd. Why does it need so much space? Oh, because it's centered. It's not it's not like up to the top. So really what this should be is not centered on this one. Should be more like that. And I just have to figure out why this becomes a giant square and leaves no room for the other one. Probably the height full, right? Almost works. What if I cap the heights to like 70%? How does that work? That works weird. That is weird. What the heck is happening here? Everything there's fine. I wonder if it's the gap. Maybe it's the gap is like too much, and so it's pushing everything out of bounds because it can't fit it within the gap and make it still work. That's probably what it is. So maybe instead of a giant gap, what I can do is not have that gap. And instead of justify content start, I can center it. Or rather, no, space between. That kind of works. It doesn't look too good right now, but it's a work in progress. And it mostly works. All right, so that's a lot of changes. We'll just open up like a whole bunch of these different paints, and we'll be able to see what the heck it is we're doing. All right. So I got that one done. And then we come down. What's the player here? This must be like 70%-ish. I'm going to define the class name out here. That way, you know, combined it's 100%. And inside of here, we can mess around with it. There we go. Easy enough. Okay, so then I have to still do something with this margin top, which is like this 20%. We have to cut that in half. What else do we have? I remember there was like some kind of flex thing I changed. Well, let's see where we're at. You know what would be really nice is if we had some kind of dev tools where you could just play around with the CSS and then just hit a button and then it apply all the styles or whatever you need. Now you'll get better, Sean. You know, we're all ass at coding, okay? All of us. And we always just get better. All right. Now, if only I could make the width or the height of these guys change, you know, as I shrink the layout, because it's a bit weird when you see the avatars just be like absolutely enormous when everything else is super tiny. Nice dev tool. Yeah, like this here. I love this thing. Okay, so what does Foon-o look like if I play it here? Kinda similar, but it still actually works. It looks way better. That's a work in progress. Do I remove the border? On the inside? How long did it take me to find my first job? I don't know. Like, when I actually applied for my first job, I had already had many years of experience doing my own thing. So I just walked into a place and had a job. I think it took like a day. I looked on a job posting last night and I said, hey, I want to work here. And then just, I had an interview like the next day or something. I just walk in, get the interview, get the job same day, and then I start the next day. It took a bit longer when I joined Google though. It took like I did like the whole food bar challenge thing. They reached out to me. I had to go through the whole stupid interview process. 2 phone screens, like 5 on-sites, and then calls with teams and all the other nonsense. It took a long time. But my very first job, very fast. Alright, so now if I do background color transparency, do I like that more or less? I kinda like it more. Maybe it's because it's too much. Maybe if I lower the opacity here. I think I prefer that. Just make it like 0.2% opacity. What project helped me learn the most? Ooh. Maple FM taught me a lot. When I made that, it was a site that involved a tiny bit of machine learning, and it involved like databases, and it involved like you had to parse bytes and things, and it was a website. So I had to learn about like PHP and analytics, and I had to learn about migrations with databases. There's like a whole lot, right? So I learned a bit from there, but then I also learned a lot from my other projects before then. So I just solved problems. That's all I did. I had problems and I solved them. So I made like a packet editor, a DLL injector, like a little GUI tool that had like a trainer thing. I made like a calculator. I made a map masher. I made an obfuscator, which could obfuscate assembly code instructions and make it really hard to like look at or like reverse engineer. I made some other stuff. I made some websites. I made a server status website, which it can tell when the servers are up or down. That one taught me about DDoS and DDoS mitigation, and about caching sites, so that whenever you're returning a website, it's nice and cached, and it's like served by a CDN. That way, you don't overwhelm the web server. Because whenever the servers go down, you end up getting like thousands and thousands of hits very quickly. And of course, you're just returning the same data to everyone, which is the status of all the servers. So you can imagine you've got, thousands of people all hitting your API every 10 seconds. You're going to get like 1,000 requests a second or something or more. And if you're calling out to your backend to get the server status, that's expensive, so you need to cache it. So many projects. Look, I've been coding for a long time, Sean. I've been coding for like 14 years. And I like working on different things. I wonder if this account frame... Oh, yeah. This is just unfortunate. It really doesn't like percent-based size. One thing I could do is I could have like a listener on the size, and then I can use that stand or like my wrapper to figure out how big or small the avatar should be. And that would make it scale properly. And darn, I was really hoping that aspect ratio... Oh wait, I have to unset the height or something. That almost works. So here's kind of what I did for that. On the avatar, I set a width as a percent, and I set like an aspect ratio on it. And now it respects and resizes properly, which gets a bit silly looking when you're like a super small because it becomes like a circle, but like no avatar at all. That's weird. What does it look like here? Yeah, because you can still see it. Like it still works. It's just really small. You can see here, one big difference is like when you resize with phaser, it just kind of like waits. Then over here, it's like actually resizing immediately. And it can do that because the performance is a lot better. I think I can fix the border radius by using a percent as well. Maybe I can do the same for the size of the border. Maybe it can be like border radius. Let me just figure out what border radius we need. Something like 20% actually works quite well. And I just need border width to be based on percent. Oh, I can't do it based on percent. Go figure. I start doing new stuff. Okay, like Foon-o HTML5 rewrite. Mark the most important stuff I do. Oh, geez. I don't know where to start with that, Fist. But you're right. Maybe I can make like a montage of making the rewrite and just cut out all the bits of me thinking, the hard parts, and we'll just have like the, oh yeah, you just do this and then you do this, and like, bam, like magic, it's all done. Okay, so that mostly works. Border width, still an issue. And without container queries, I can't do this in CSS alone. Not easily, at least. I guess the solution would be don't use a border, go back to using padding, and it will work. The problem with padding is that it's not going to be pixel perfect. Maybe we just change the border width to 2 pixels and then it's probably fine. And then we'll just use some CSS to figure out like what breakpoint to make it bigger. Oh, I had a 3 pixel padding. That's what's throwing this off too. Let's just play around with it. And see, width and height is 27%. Some weird numbers. Some people who just upload VODs. Yeah, we're gonna be doing that, Fist. All of our VODs, you know, because now that I'm streaming on YouTube, my VODs go on YouTube. It's fantastic. But we'll try doing some other stuff too. And if you can think of any concepts or something that you'd like to see a VOD for, let me know and I'll make a video for it. All right, so I need to grab whatever the heck this one is. Here we go. That padding is way too big. We'll just do 1%. What the hell happened there? The other thing I think is I'm missing aspect ratio or aspect square. So then why not just have width and... Oh, right, yeah, because the width is based on the actual width of the container. No! You were the chosen one! Why is it... Oh wait, hold on. Let me refresh. Okay. I need I need Hotto, I think. Let's try Hotto. There we go. Slowly getting there. So like part of the problem with uploading all of my stuff and then editing it all into videos, right? Like something like this montage, it would take a long time to do. It'd be a lot of effort. I think what I'll do is when this height gets too small, it's just gonna churn into a bar. So what I mean by that is like this thing here will just be a bar. And it doesn't have to be constrained. It doesn't have to be like constrained to the height here actually. Like it could just be full on all the way across. I don't think it matters that much. Let me see what it looks like. Let's see. So basically it becomes something a bit more like that, except, you know, it's gonna have some... kind of like that. And it's just a bar. Which tells you how much time you have. Because you don't need everything else. You'll know when it's your turn. One thing is like there's less of a gap on this one, like, so maybe I need less of a gap and that's part of my problem. So why do I have so much of a gap here? Basically, I'm comparing it to what we currently have, and I'm like, this is less readable. I also noticed I'm missing some text down here, this like draw text. I forgot I had that. All right, so that's basically the same. All right, we're gonna ignore this turn stuff for now because I don't need to improve it in order to make it just as good. First of all, I need the turn. I need to know if it's like this player's turn. I need to know if it's active, like if it's their current turn. What info do we have here? Player position updater. So what's interesting about this is that we're actually passing in the turn ID, but then we're kind of discarding it with the player positions. So what we can do is we could add extra information about player positions, and we can say like which player's turn it currently is. And the reason I want to do it here is because this is already rendering every time the turn ID changes, right? So you want to limit the number of components that we render when stuff changes. If I include the info here about whose turn it is, well, I guess it doesn't matter because never mind. Since I'm listening on player position, okay, here's something I could do. I could make a different store with just 8 elements inside of it for the player positions. And then use that to limit the amount of re-rendering that happens. Or just say, who cares, re-render everyone, which is totally valid. Let's not worry about it for now. Maybe what I can do is I can grab these ready and I can do like is active. If it's use is active, is ready. It works. It's not efficient. There's no memoization or something going on here. But unfortunately, I have to listen on the turn ID and it's whatever. If you listen on this hook, you remember whenever the turn ID changes. But that's okay. This is fine. All right, so if is active, then we want border to be white. All right, so we're gonna use the CN thing. If you don't know what the heck CN is, all it is it's a little wrapper around CLSX, which just combines class names, and it also deduplicates Tailwind properties. So like if or Tailwind classes. So if I have got like 3 background colors, it'll pick like the last one or something. Something along these lines. Do I have any tips for passing the coding interviews? Yeah, I do. A few things. One thing you can do is you can take Primogen's free course. I strongly recommend free things. He's got this algorithms and data structures thing on front-end masters. I looked at this a little bit. It's pretty awesome, and it's free. And I think you just click on front-end masters. Oh, come on. Where is it? Here it is. This one. So this is pretty great. It goes over, you know, big O time complexity. You'll need this to pass the coding interviews. They will ask you about big O. It goes over some simple data structures, arrays, linear search, binary search, all the stuff. It goes over like some different sorts. You've got really 2 sorts that people care about. Like if you get to an interview, you might get asked about like quicksort or merge sort and when to use different ones. TLDR is that quicksort is very fast for like a single machine or like RAM or something. Merge sort is extremely useful because it can be parallelized very well. So merge sort is extremely good for like if you got like lots of disks that need to be sorted. Then it keeps going over like all these other useful things. You should definitely know queues and stacks and these other simple data structures. And it goes over recursion. You need to know that. It's very important. And yeah, it just like keeps going and going and going. And there's like a whole bunch. BFS, DFS, you need to know the difference between those. And like you need to understand like how to search that stuff. Lead code questions also help prepare you for these kinds of interviews. So there it goes over depth first search. Awesome. Tries are awesome. And this was actually asked on my Google interview. They asked me about this fire truck problem, which is basically like you're given a sentence. That sentence has no spaces or anything like to separate the words. And then you have to figure out how to best separate the words with spaces. And the solution that I used involved a try. So you iterate over the giant list of strings or of characters, and you just like going through your try, which is like it contains all of the words in dictionary so that you can figure out like what the longest words are and stuff. And then it was had to have like some backtracking and some other stuff. But that's an important data structure. I also use a try in Foon-o for its very nice word filtering. It works great. Kik should really consider doing something like this to improve their filtering experience. Dijkstra's is incredibly important. in the real world as well. Foon-o uses a variant of Dijkstra's, I believe. There's also A-star, which is just like Dijkstra's on steroids, where the edges don't have a weight of 1. But I personally have used Dijkstra's. I used it early in my career. I used it for like teleporting between maps very quickly and finding the shortest route. So it's useful in real world applications. Maps, I'm a little surprised that these are discussed so late, but it makes sense, right? You know, you start off with simple data structures. Maps are incredibly important. Most useful data structure in programming. You've got big O1 access time for like reading and writing and deleting. You need to know about maps and you need to use them appropriately. LRU cache. This was another question asked on my interview at Google. So like just straight up, understanding all of the stuff here in Primogen's course gets you most of the way to passing a Google level interview. There were a few things that were not mentioned here that would have failed me on the interview. Because like if I only studied this, I would not have passed the Google interview. Those things involve like bit manipulation, kind of missing from here, but it makes sense that it's not on here. This is more data structures. So make sure you also understand bit manipulation. There's also a book. Called Cracking the Coding Interview, this one here. And if you can like go through this book, you'll have a good time in the interviews. Another thing, and this is more important, I'd say, than just studying these different data structures, is to make sure that when you go to the interview, you speak out loud. So you know kind of how I'm talking out loud, whatever I'm thinking in my head during a stream, you should approach the interview in the same way. So think out loud, get used to it, because when you go into an interview, the person who's interviewing you is trying to help you get through that interview. And they probably have your best interest at heart. They're trying to help you. They're trying to help you pass. And if they can't understand what you're thinking, they can't help you pass that interview. And that's my tips for passing an interview. So like and subscribe or whatever, please. Okay. Nice shirt. Thanks, Algo. What's poppin'? Data structures and algos, I guess. Look, we got this almost kind of working-ish. Except that it doesn't work too well up here for some reason. I don't know what the heck is going on. Something's happening. I think it's, oh right, yeah, I remember now. I have to adjust the gap here. How's it going? So, make sure to follow AlgoBro, by the way. Last I saw, AlgoBro was 1 follower away from 75 on Kick. You achieved Kick affiliate. Okay, never mind then. Don't follow AlgoBro. He's already an affiliate. No need to follow. I'm kidding. Yeah, he streams on Kick sometimes. Give him a follow. Even if he did already hit 75. Alrighty. So now with less gap, I think it works. Kind of. you interview people and you also want to help out people when you're interviewing. Nice. That's good to hear that from someone who's actually doing active interviews, Redder. I wasn't sure if like my experience translated to everyone else because like whenever I interviewed people at Google, I wanted the people I interviewed to pass, right? I think it's just a natural human reaction that you want to help people. How many followers do I have? I don't know, Fist. I don't. Last I saw it was like 174 or something, I think, on Kick. And then it's like 10K-ish almost on Twitch. And I think like 620 on YouTube. So if you're on YouTube, make sure you subscribe, please. Though I suspect most of you are probably already subscribed. A shark on Kick? I think I'm a human. But you might need to get your eyes checked on that one. Let's see. Why is it going so funky? You see that on the left side? Why is it so weird? You hit 5K on Twitch. Nice one, Algo. That's huge. So margin top. Flex centered. Just everything is centered. But there's a giant gap between them and they're not centered at all. Alright, justify content, align items. Why is this still gap 16? Oh. That'll do it. Okay. It's starting to look a lot closer to how it's supposed to look. The sub and like part was a trash part. Okay, so leave out the sub and like part. Cut the sub and like part. I appreciate it, Fist. Well, I see everyone doing it, so I'm like, oh, maybe I should do it too. Alrighty. So now I need some kind... I've got to decide like how I want to do this with the cards. We'll start with a simple one. We'll start with just having all of the actual cards in their hands. And how do we do that one? Clippers. Programmers should know not to be the most... Yeah, for sure, better. For sure. I think a lot of people struggle with that. Like, I've got very technically talented friends, and they struggle with the whole interview process. Like, they're brilliant. You know, they can take a service and have it, like, horizontally scalable and with, like, a ridiculous amount of load on it. And, you know, it's a fraction the cost of what anyone else is able to do. And they know, like, reverse engineering like the back of their hands. And then they struggle with jobs. It's crazy. Alrighty, so now I need to know based on whatever their user ID is. I guess they're backhand. Now I'll just compare that to the other one. Sometimes you feel like Spot is alive. Spot is great. Spot is alive. If I could like move the camera over, I'd show you. Like there's some growth on the other side, you know? He's trying to reach towards the light. There's more light coming out of the window now, so I guess Spot is probably happy with that. Alrighty. User ID backhand, user ID backhand. Oh. There we go. Coding interviews aren't that common. Like, for me, I'm just not gonna do the coding interview. I'll just find somewhere where like I don't have to do it again. Because I've got a perfect record. 1 of 1. 1 coding interview, 1 pass. I don't want to mess that up. Which I know is very silly and it's a silly thing to want, but I can't help it. Let's see. So then we have entries and we map it. Card ID, card counts. I'm gonna do like a flat thing or something here. Alrighty. Pretty darn close. Oh, the side. I gotta listen on more than just this particular public game state. So let's see. I compare the backhand on both of them, but then we also have to compare the side. Oh yeah, there's something else too about like these interview things is that your interview could get like thrown out if you do a bad job interviewing someone. So like you're trying to do your best to interview them as best as possible too. What do you use for the backend? I use Kubernetes and Next.js and Express. Or sorry, no, take no Next.js. It's Kubernetes, Express, Node.js. I mean, Node.js is without saying, right? TypeScript, TS-JSON schema generator for validation, Redis, Firestore, but I plan on moving that to PostgreSQL. Okay, so side. Is it back? If so, it's front, else back. 30 card ID. I think that mostly works. Though I also need to listen on equipments. But see, now that requires a room ID. I think. Default room ID comes from room ID. I don't need it. Probably should have swapped that around then. I think user ID is more important. Because you need the user ID. But if the room ID is allowed to be undefined, that's a bit weird. Why not Go, for example? Well, Albane, it comes down to what people know, right? So I'm not the only one who works on Foon-o now. If I had chosen Go, then the only people who could have worked on the project cost like $300,000 a year. It's going to be very hard for me to find somebody who is good at Go or can quickly pick up Go. I mean, quickly pick up Go is probably fine, but it's going to be hard for me to find someone good at Go. It's going to be much easier for me to find someone really good at TypeScript. So it's better for me to have the front end and back end both in TypeScript because it means that somebody who understands TypeScript can work on both the front end and back end without having to pick up a new tool. There's enough things that you have to learn to work on Foon-o that adding more complexity by using a different backend would just make it harder. TypeScript also lets me share certain information between the two. So I have a shared library, which has kind of like the API, and it's got certain functions and data that both the front end and back end can use. And if I were to use Go, I no longer have that sharing. I have to just write the logic twice. So that's not ideal. And now we have the deck and the back. $30K a year. I mean, they're going to be expensive, Elbane. You're not going to find a Go developer that's like 50K. Just like you're not going to find a Rust developer that's 50K. Hey, that kind of worked. Except that for some reason, the text is on the cards. I don't know what the heck happened there. Oh, wait, no, that's Foon-o. I was like, man, it looks so good. It looks just like it did before. Amazing. What about outside of the US? I don't know. I work in the US, although I don't usually hire US developers because they're overpriced. They're expensive. Foon-o is a New Zealand company, so we're able to just hire people from wherever. So we hire people from Canada a lot, actually. Look at that. Wow, it almost works. For some reason, it's showing a lot of the text. Oh, you know why this is not working is because I need to specify pointer events, I think. So now if I click on this, and pointer events, that's what it is. Absolutes. Is 300K a year normal here? For like a senior dev or something, yeah. So it's working fine, kind of. The cards get smaller instead of overlapping, and I don't know if I want that because it's just gonna make the cards like super crazy tiny. So let's make it, let's just focus on this one here. Why does it have the alt text? Okay, it's still got the text. I feel like something, black, blue, background small doesn't exist. And so it's like, oh, I'll just print the name of it then. Background small. That's what it is. That's cute. Okay, so if it's the background, I need a special case. And I need to just not show the numbers because it doesn't make any sense. It is a background. There we go. Oh, sorry, Fit. I missed your question. Um, you're learning Python. You don't think it's a language you want to focus on. Fair enough. What do I think about focusing on Go? So, when I think of focusing on a language, I think of what are the kind of problems or projects that I want to make or solve, and what languages support those kinds of projects. So think about your problems, think about the projects you want to work on. If your problem is machine learning, then I would recommend Python or C++ because they're just going to be like the best. If your problem is websites, you want to make sites and things, I would recommend either TypeScript or PHP. TypeScript is kind of like the new thing to do. It's still growing. It's still got a lot going on. It's awesome. I love it so much. But PHP is very mature, and you can get a long way with just Laravel. If your problem is mobile apps, you have a lot of choices. You can either go Java or Kotlin for Android. You can go Swift or something for iOS. You can go Reaction Native to do both. You can also do TypeScript and just use capacitor and work the same way you would for a website, making a single page app, and it will work. So that's why I like TypeScript so much. Okay, I'm biased a little bit. Let's say you want to do backend. You want to make desktop applications, or you want to make APIs or something that interfaces with some other thing that nobody's going to see. Now your choices are very wide. You can use Rust, you can use Go, you can use C++, you can use TypeScript or C#. There's a lot. For desktop applications, on Windows, you can use C#. Although I think .NET Core, I think you can just probably use it on all OSs now. But C#, great for desktop applications. TypeScript also works. You're not going to have as nice of a rapid application development experience, probably. But it still works really well. You can use one of those bundler things. Though, if you're using C# or using C++, it's possible to get binaries that are like less than 100 kilobytes, like really small. You're not going to do that with TypeScript. And that's because it gets bundled with basically a whole browser. That was a bit in depth. Hopefully helpful. All right, so it's almost there. I have tons of content for uploading to YouTube. I do. I need to figure out like how I'm gonna get it all uploaded. I guess this VOD in particular, we can try to split it up or something. All right, so why do I have center image? Oh, that's why. So let's do this then. I don't like how nested that is. I mean, it works. You like the syntax of Python? It's alright. If you don't care about your types, it's better. The thing that I really don't like about Python, there's two things. The global interpreter lock is bad, but it's going away. It's not a deal breaker for me. The thing that I really don't like is it doesn't have good type support. It just doesn't. And you can try to shoehorn your types in as much as you want. It does not work well in Python. All right, so now what I want is can I explain like 5 the terms I just used? Okay, so a global interpreter lock is a very fancy word, but all it means is that Python is mostly single-threaded. Okay, just think of it like that. Okay, it's running on one thread. So your computer has multiple threads, multiple cores, multiple things. It can do many things at one time, right? And yeah, it doesn't have like a multi-core. So it can only use like one of your threads on one of your cores. Most cores have 2 threads. So here you can see logical processors down in your task manager. That's how many threads you have on Windows. So I can do 24 things at a time on my computer. So if you can't do multi-threading, then you can only use one of those processors, not all 24 of them. So it's going to take up to 24 times as long to do a thing. It's a lot. So Python has a way of getting around this by spawning other processes, though in more modern versions of Python, you can do some multi-threading, I believe. But that's kind of the global interpreter lock. It kind of gets in the way. It prevents you from using all of your cores. So that's that topic, okay? Now, as far as types go, everything that you do, all of the variables, these strings, the numbers, they all have a type. There's some kind of a way that these characters and numbers are represented in a computer. To go over it real briefly, you typically have a few different types. You have integers. These are going to be like just like a number, a whole number. Think like 42, 69, 420, 1337. All of these are integers. You can have floats. So like 4.20, 6.9, 13.37, things with decimals. Those are floats or doubles. Okay? You're going to have strings. So, you know, the strings are things like hello, world, just things like that, right? Like apple, banana, amaranth. All of those are strings. And the way that these are represented is going to be like each character will be like either 1 or 2 bytes. Floats are typically going to be like 4 or like 8 bytes. Floats are going to be 4 bytes. Doubles are going to be 8. Integers can be anywhere from like 1 byte up to 4 bytes or 8 bytes. Typically they'll be like 4 or 8. Those are the basics. Basically, that's basically what you got there, right? So these are types, and because they're represented differently in memory, you can't just switch between them. So it wouldn't make sense to add a string to an integer, because you could have some massively long string. How are you going to add that to an integer, which is like 4 bytes long? You're not. Now, Python does some fancy schmancy stuff where it's like, oh, this integer, and you want to take this, you want to add like hello to it. It's going to give you something like this. What's happening under the hood is this number is being replaced with like its string representation, which is like 42. And then a brand new string is being allocated, which is the concatenation of both. Because it's looking at this, it's like, okay, the length of the string is 2, the length of the string is 5, so we need a string of length 7, and we can sort there. You don't need to worry about all the details there. Just whenever you're reverse engineering, you'll get more into this. But TLDR, there's different types. Python uses duck typing. It just assumes you're not going to mess up the types. Most other languages have types. So for example, if I go here, you can see I've got all these different types. I've got this like side value. It's got like back and front. Back is this fancy type. It's all these things, this key of. So it's either going to be this string or this string or this one and so on, right? And this is one thing I like about TypeScript is you can get really fancy with your types. And then you can get like crazy auto completions. So I can do stuff like this image has a crazy autocomplete. All of these are valid strings. And if I enter something that doesn't exist on Foon-o, it's actually going to error out on me and tell me that it's wrong. Because it knows all of the images that exist on Foon-o. It gets a bit crazy. This is why I don't like Python so much, because it doesn't have strong types. Alrighty. Now I've got to figure out how on earth I want this to work. I think I want some overlap because I think this looks weird. So I think what I want is to have each of these cards be like a fixed width of the parent size. And then we'll just have them overlap. So to figure that out, we just have to do this. This is 40 pixels by 153. Wait, is that 153 or is that 154? 153. So I need to be 26.1% approximately. Now I'll just come down here. Okay. Let's just say 26%. That should be close enough. Now, part of the issue is that even if I say that, doesn't mean it's going to actually respect it. What if I say the minimum width is also 26%? Nice. Okay, so that's better. Now everything is the right size. Do I think VS Code is a good editor? It's alright. It wouldn't surprise me if a lot of the people... I mean, I think that it's more of an IDE than like NeoVim or something. But it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of people from VS Code move over to JetBrains later down the line. We'll see. It seems like everybody's ditching Vim nowadays, and they're going to VS Code. Except for like Tej, because Tej works on NeoVim, and Prime because Prime is like Vim is like his identity. He's a god at Vim, so I think it's alright. I think it has a lot of support, so I think VS Code is totally fine. I mean, use what you want. Just don't use like Microsoft Word for your code, and we'll be good. If you're using Microsoft Word for your code, you have issues. You need to seek professional help immediately. PowerPoint is loud. Oh, absolutely. You learn the basics of web and Notepad. I mean, I think we all started there, Elbane, you know, before we knew better. Notepad++, I used that back in the day. You were about to download JetBrains, but it's expensive. I heard that the community edition of JetBrains is still pretty good, but I think if you cannot afford money, okay, if you don't have any money for like an IDE, then I think it's probably fine to use the VS Code, right? I think it'll be better than JetBrains because you get most of the way there. Alrighty. So this is fine, but now I need all of these to overlap. Like there's gotta be a way to do this, but it's not obvious to me how you would have overlapping DOM elements like this, because typically you doesn't make sense. Why would you overlap them? I guess one thing you could do is you could use like some position absolute or something. I see this as grid layout. Oh yeah, because a grid would work. We don't know how many elements we have, but we can figure that out. There's like a fill content thing. That'll work. No, I don't think absolute's the way to go. I think ChatGPT's onto something here. And then we have to say grid templates forms. This is going to be a repeat of what is it? It's not fill content, it's this is grid repeats. Autofill. That's what I have. I have autofill. Invalid. Repeat autofill. I think that's because it did one for real and it doesn't like that. That's not what I want. Auto fits. Maybe it's auto fits. No. I guess I know how many elements I have, so I can just be like, oh yes, I've got how many? 1, 2, 3. 15? Okay, so that almost worked, but now I need to do something. Negative grid gap doesn't work quite the way I want it to. Like, it would work if I could adjust the width inside of them. Wait, I can. I'm using JavaScript. I know how many elements I have, and I know what my width is supposed to be. So, okay, let's just say I do this. I say like width is 200%. That's better. And I can just have them overlap just like that. Ta-da! And I can just figure out like how much overlap it needs to be. Simple as that. It works. Grid to the rescue. Now we can't really use Tailwind for this because we have to figure out what the style is at runtime. But that's all right. There we go. Now we just need to figure out what in the heck the width is. which means I definitely need the style and not the class name on this. And we'll be back to normal coding soon, right? I know that this is a lot of front end, and that's fine. But we'll be back to doing some harder coding later. Foon-o card, which is I don't know what kind of comment I want for that, but I guess it's better than no comment, right? Okay, so what on earth width do I need for this? So basically 100% is going to be, okay, so I need 100%, I need to multiply it by the number of elements. All right, we got this, we got this. I need to multiply it by the number of elements in the hand, which I don't know at this point, so, Okay, we'll just get the sum. I love Copilot. It's so good. It saves me time, saves my poor fingers. It's just like a speed boost for programming. You know, maybe it makes me like 10% faster, 20% faster. Copilot is the bestest. And Charlie too, Algo Bro. You can't forget Charlie. The unpaid intern. Well, I guess, no, Charlie is a paid intern. It's like 20 a month, 25 a month. OpenAI is gonna bleed me dry. Can barely afford the sub, but it's so worth it. Okay. So take that, multiply it by the total card count, and then I need to divide it by, or I guess multiply that by whatever the heck I had before. 26%. Which is really the same as just saying 26 times that, but that becomes a bit odd. I need a description explaining what in the hell I just did. Notice how whenever I'm doing a comment, I'm explaining why I'm doing it and not what it's doing. So whenever you're trying to code, right? Sometimes the code that you write does not do what you want it to. So if you write a comment explaining why you're doing something, then whenever the code stops doing the thing that it's supposed to do, somebody can come in and they can look at it, they can read the comments, they could be like, okay, so this is the intended behavior, and this is what it's actually doing. And they can fix the code. It's very helpful. You like the visual search JetBrains has? Control Shift F? Oh yeah, this is, I love it. They just boom, right in there, you know? Why is the thing green? Oh dear. Do I have some kind of like accessibility thing on? No? It's not simulating like protanopia or some... Okay, what the hey and heck? How did I break this so poorly, so badly? Foon-o card. Got a style there, but it's not being used, so that should be fine. Oh. Foon-o card props. I reused the word style. Good commentary. Have I tried screaming it? Screaming my commentary. Sure, let's scream it. So instead of this plays a Foon-o card, we'll say plays a Foon-o card, which has a color and a shape or number. Exclamation mark. That's so... Oh man. There. Is that screaming enough? Okay. You can feel the energy. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I wonder if it's... How did I break it? Oh. Yeah, I know exactly what's happening. Style here, getting applied because of the style. Alright. Easy enough. Oh, center style. Maybe that's what I need to do. Just start like screaming everything, you know? But I don't know, I feel like people don't watch me for that, you know? They watch me more for co-working. Whereas if you want that really energetic kind of person, you'll watch someone more like the Primogen, who's just full of energy. Okay, so for some reason we still have a width 33, so let's figure out what the hey and heck. Oh, there it is. The craziest thing is that CN chose W 33% and not... I know why. Being important. If I just start yelling all my inner thoughts. Oh man. I don't... Is that something that I could even do? Am I capable of yelling my inner thoughts like that? With... Okay, why is this not... happy? It's like it's not being applied. Okay, so Foon-o card. Style comes in here. It should be fine. Okay, let's try this. Now it has width. It just doesn't like the bang important. What about bang muy importante? No, maybe I have a typo? Or it just doesn't like bang important in style, which is totally possible. Does not like bang importance. Okay. In that case, I have to go here to Foon-o card and remove the width. Can't have that. Which is going to break the size of the other stuff, but it does work where it's supposed to. Kind of. The only issue now is that it's expanding past the edge just a bit, based on the width that's there, and so I have to figure something out. But we're close. Very close. And we get these nice shadows and stuff. I love it. So we have the hands, we've got the player hands, which we'll fix, and then we have this one. Are you stupid because you don't understand the recursive concept? The recursive concept. So Albane, recursive code is a lot like cursive handwriting. Nobody understands it. Maybe you can write it, but nobody understands it. Okay, recursive it's just a hard concept to learn. Once you get it down, you'll be fine. Recursive code is for doctors only. Doctors of computer science. It's a hard concept, Albane. Like I still struggle a bit with recursive stuff sometimes. You've got to think about like your ending conditions and stuff for recursion. I've got a lot of recursive code in Funi, but I try to avoid it where possible because anything that you write recursively, you can write without recursion using like a stack or something. I don't have an example off the top of my head where I'm using recursion though. I'd have to think about it. Well, if I think about it, I'll let you know. All right. This is mostly working. The player's hand has to be done now at some point. But the other hands are working. And is it just me, or is it like way sharper? Because it looks so sharp. Like, okay. I want to compare the two. Wow. The shadows help a lot between the cards because you can see like the shadows on the left. Whereas before there was no shadow because I couldn't do shadows. One thing that's a little different is that these cards are a little bit more spread out when there's only 4 of them. Do I want them spread out or do I want them still to the left? I guess it doesn't really matter too much. But they probably still need the background thing. I'm not sure. I'm actually building Foon-o, Seuss. This is Foon-o. This is the new HTML5 that we're doing. Because what I had before was just a canvas. And, well, that's a bit weird looking. There were limitations to the canvas that don't really apply quite as much. So I'm trying to improve it. All right, so I need to make it where they fade out if they're not the active player. There's many ways to do this. Oh, grayscale is so neat. So I can do that, but let's not do grayscale. I don't think it works here. I'll just fade it out like that. But it's getting there. It's getting there. It's actually working. We're getting there. Yeah, one way to tell Seuss is that you can see localhost, right? So this is obviously what I'm working on. And it's the client, which you're not going to be able to do unless you have the source code for Foon-o. So there's not that many people who can do this. So here's my... I've got to check the pull requests. Oh man. Okay, I'll get to that soon then. Alrighty. So this needs to be restricted so that it doesn't expand past that. So how do I figure out the calculation here? One solution is I have one extra column, and then I have that column be the width that I had just so happened to magically know. This is where it gets into like some algebra stuff. It gets a little tricky, but we can solve it. Should be fine. So essentially, we'll make it this and make the last one 50 pixels or something. And see, now I can like adjust it as needed. Of course, if I adjust it inside of the grid, then the problem is the cards themselves shrink as well. So that's not ideal. But I can make up for it by updating the width here. So I can like account for the pixels to like fix it. It's a bit of extra math, which I'm okay doing. A little bit odd, but it works. Do we have another solution? Unfortunately, no. I think that's the best solution. So for example, in this layout, it would be 33 pixels. So now the question is, how in the hell do you calculate this? Let's make it easier to calculate. So let's say we've got 2 of these. Oh, I can make them go to the left. So I need 130 times 2 divided by 5, which is 260 over 5, which is about 52-ish. You can probably tell, when I was in school, I really liked mental math. I was a big fan of mental math, like just doing math in your head. I don't know why. I just obsessed over it as a kid. So sometimes you'll see me doing that. So I need a gap here. All right. So how do I count? I guess what I can do. Oh, okay. Let's do this as percentages. I think that'll make more sense. So instead of it being 33% pixels, this is more like some amount of percent. It's about 16%. And the percent depends on the number of elements inside of the container. So how does that work? So I think the break-even point is when you've got like 4 of these cards. Anything after 4 will overflow. This will be tricky. All right, so it's intersection, card, all that other jazz. That's not what I want. You know, I wonder how often, like a normal front-end developer has to do this kind of math. Is it just like expected of all front-end developers? Both, that's just 1/4. Let's just do gap of 2. Then a gap 1. Okay, and then what I'll do is let's limit this. Just for testing purposes. We only want to show up to like a certain number just so that I can figure out, you know, I can like look at it, be like, oh yeah, it looks right. because I don't want to be doing all this math in my head every time. It's kind of a lot. And I still have to figure out how I'm going to make it where a card gets spawned, where the user clicks it, and then gets thrown onto the board using just HTML and CSS. That's going to be... that'll be something. All right, so let's see. That works. All right, so I suspect that 4 cards will just slightly overfill. I suspect that it will be 4% too much and that it will need to be moved by 1%. Yep, 1%. Perfect. And the way I came about that is I took 26%, which is the size of the card, multiplied by the number of cards. I got 104%, and then I divide that by the number of cards. After subtracting 100%, and I got 1%. So in other words, if I had 2 cards, it's 2 times 26% is 52%, minus 100% is a negative value. Doesn't really matter what it is, it's not going to overflow. Or it overflows by a negative amount. Okay. And let's say I have 7 cards. So again, we have a fixed width of 26%. So now the calculation, I think, is 7 times 26%, which is 140 plus 182. I think 140 plus 42, yeah, 182%. Then we subtract 100%. We get 82%. We divide by 7. So we're going to get like a little under 12. It's like 11 point whatever 57 is. Something. 11 point something percent. Close enough. And it looks like it's right. Of course, this throws the calculation of the card size off. So that's why it's not lining up perfectly. But it sure is a heck of a lot closer. Okay. So how do we do this? That means whenever I come down to the grids, that means we're gonna need like a comment because this is some fancy stuff. So if total card count is greater than... Okay, let's stop using magic numbers. Const card width equals 26. Otherwise, we don't have this. Okay. Which really I can just say that this is width percent. And we're gonna have to do this calculation before we add all the cards because we have to adjust the cards by that. Okay, let's add a comment. We have more than 100% width here. It will overflow in our parents container. This extra width calculation ensures that we don't overflow the parent container. And it works by adding an extra empty created column. Also adjusts 100% width other columns. So we need to... Okay. I think given the complexity of this, we have a sufficient comment. So it's total card count, multiply that by card width percent. Now that's the amount that we overflow by. We divide it by the total card count, gives us whatever the heck the width is that we need for the extra column. Don't worry if this is a little complicated. My apologies for the math. We'll get back to easy or simple, less math involved things later. Okay. Now I need to figure out what the width is here. Which I think all I have to do is take this and divide it by 100 minus extra percent over 100. Because you gotta convert it to like an actual thing. Okay. Oh, that should work. Though most of the time I express percents as just like 0 dot something. I don't usually multiply it by 100. So maybe I should do the same here. All right, so let's see. Card width percent is now divided by 100. This becomes 1. We no longer need to divide this. So let's see. 1 minus, so divide by 1. Total card count is very, very small, so I need to multiply by 100. All right. Well, that's, you know, awfully complicated. Ah, fiddly sticks. Not quite. I think it might be slightly off. You know, it's just a hunch. Just a hunch, but I might have the calculation slightly off. Think I broke something? It's possible. There is a small chance that I might have broken something. All right. So what the hell happens? There's a class name grid, but then there's no style at all. Let's console log this thing. Because for some reason it's not applying my style. Grid template columns, 0, 1 for real. It looks right to me. One thing is that it's a negative instead of a positive number, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. So the total card count multiplied by the card width percent, 1 minus, wait, 1 minus? No, it's supposed to be this minus 1. Okay, let's try that again. Hey, that looks pretty good, actually. Almost. God, the calculation is wrong. No. It's so close. All right. It's close. It's very close. To be honest, it's probably good enough. Even when I make it absolutely enormous, it's still not off by much. So I think it's... Oh... I know why. It's because I missed something. I missed that... It starts at a certain position. The question is, do I care enough to make this actually perfect? like, let's see. Its overflow is based on the remaining percent. And then you take that, you divide it by the number of cards there are. -1. Or something. To figure out like its offset from the start. I might just do the math later. Because it's a little tricky. For now, good enough. Looks fine. And let's get the player hands. That'll be the most important thing. We'll come back, we'll do the draw thing, we'll do like the big pop-up that shows whenever somebody plays like a draw card. We're getting there. Slowly but surely, we are getting there. The course from Prime looks quite nice. Yeah, no worries, Getsy. It's one that I would recommend. So, I mean, that's why I recommended it, because whatever. Let's see. Which makes me feel like I need to get into courses. I need to make stuff that people are gonna learn from at some point. Oh, right. I have to make it so that when it's not their turn, that, probably more of a gap, too. Maybe I can double the gap. I need to add the name, and then I need to, like, fade them out when it's not their turn. You see that, though? It's, like, way sharper. I don't know if you can tell because of the video, but the new one is way sharper. It's like the difference of standard definition to high definition. Alright, so I need the name to the right of the avatar. Let's get a commit in first, because this is a big O change. This kind of goes against my style. Nothing wrong with it, it's just I don't have that style anywhere else in the code. Oh, right. It's not supposed to be there anyways. That was just for testing. It's really coming along, actually. I'm excited. I can't wait to test the performance between the old way and the new way. I can't tell if the... I feel like this is going over the card. Well, I should probably adjust the Z index of like these player hands or something. Problem is it moves so fast it's hard to tell. Let me adjust the speed real fast. Aha, I was right. It's overlapping. So that's odd. Should the hands go on top? Probably, right? The tricky part here is that the arrow needs to be above everything, like the turn arrow. But then this spinning arrow needs to be at the bottom. This is one of those times where seeing everything in 3D could be useful. So setting the Z index there doesn't really help because this is inside of there as well. What I might have to do is I might have to move this to another layer, like another div entirely, so that I can have the Z index of this part be a little different. That's tricky. Well, maybe. Let's try doing a few things. First of all, let's rotate this. See, currently it's over, which is good. That's the way it should be. But it's not over on the right side, it's under. So like, if I do this thing here, where I said the Z index is like, let's just say 1. Right, like that works. But I can't just apply that Z index here because it's not going to work, because it's going to be based on its parent Z index. Oh, never mind, I'm completely wrong, and this does work, and it's amazing. Awesome. So I just need Z index 2 there, and this needs to be like a Z index of 1. So you see it's going to go over. Then if I set a Z index of 1, then I come down to this arrow. It works. Oh my god, that makes me so happy. Thank you, pretty. I appreciate it. Heck yeah, this works. Got the z-index roughly where I want it. Now the question is, what should the z-index of the little player avatars be? That's a tricky one. Am I single? Yeah, I am, but please don't hit on me. It's on my Twitch rules, but I mean, I guess I'm on Kick right now, so just so you know. Alrighty. So now let's get those arrows just the way they're supposed to be. Why is it in my Twitch rules? Because this is a programming stream, you know? It's supposed to be about programming and focuses on that. So I'll make that like a Z30. Now I need the direction arrow. Let's see. Alrighty. So now we got the z-index going. I think what I want is I want this to not be completely opaque. I want it, or not to be completely transparent. I want this to be opaque, and that'll make it even better. No, no worries, Ryan. I just ignore him. Let's see. So we need background color on, I think this one here, or something. There's no background. It's missing. What? It's just missing entirely. You see this? BGRGBA. Oh my god, there's a space. Comma, space, dot two. Alright, there we go. That's more like it. So now I think it wouldn't make sense to have this background color be like... Oh, what the heck? It's different? There's no way. Let's take this one. We'll make it fully solid. And now we just have to fix the z-index a little teeny tiny bit. Almost there. And it's really coming along. I'm excited. Imagine how good chess is gonna look when that is moved over as well. Alrighty. So I need this one. And I guess the z-index... What happens if I set it to like 10 here? Does that work? It's a little bit odd, but you know. So it goes under. That's good. Yeah, let's just ignore it. Okay, Bane? Best way to handle it. And then as it rotates, it's perfect. Actually perfect. The shadows even apply. The only thing missing is there's no shadow on the avatar itself, which I guess we could add. Because when the arrow passes under that avatar, you know? Alrighty. Let's see. We needed the username now. Alright, so we've got the hand and then we've got the user. A lot of this can be split up. And this is getting to the point where it's a little bit too much. I'm gonna move this over as well. And we'll only export the things that are used from the other file. Am I going to make the arrow follow the player? It already does. It already does. I'll show it to you in a sec. So first, I'll demonstrate it, and then I'll show you how it works. It's going backwards. The arrow's not going the right direction. What? Okay, well, I gotta fix it a little bit. So you can see it kind of almost works, but the rotation is a little bit wrong. So the next step is to fix the rotation so that it's a little bit better. But I'll kind of show you like how it knows like whose turn it is. So a few things you can notice is you can notice that like the arrow is pointing to the right place, and whenever someone's turn, like the little thing lights up. So it knows, and I'll show you how that's getting sent in from the server. One thing that's a bit odd is the number of cards just like immediately changes, which is weird. So that's gonna be a little tricky to solve, but it's getting there. It's like some of these challenges are easier to do in Phaser, and some of these are easier in React. And you can see kind of some of the things that are difficult in Phaser. The image is, nothing is as crisp, and sometimes the font gets weird. Some other stuff. But you can see like the cards are actually like coming out of the hands. That's easier to do. We'll figure it out. We'll make it work. Somehow. But I'm gonna stop here. I always do. We're getting there. You know, it's progress. It's more than it was yesterday. All right, let's find something to raid. Take care, Getsy. And thanks for being here. I appreciate it a lot. So who do we raid? We've got, let's see, this person doing game dev. I guess it's kind of similar to what we're doing. All right, take care, everyone. What? Username doesn't exist. How is that not their username? Okay, I guess we're not rating them because it doesn't exist. Don't tell me it's like capitalized. It was capitalized. All right, see ya.